What's going on, Ace? Welcome in, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Gonna be getting started in just a few minutes here. Appreciate you stopping by, even if it's just for a moment. Hold on to that one. Oh, what a lovely Saturday. It's lovely to see all of your beautiful faces, even though I can't see any of your beautiful faces. It's very sad. Oh. Let's let my screwdriver drill charge up a little bit while we're hanging out here. Welcome in, everybody. It's going to be a lovely time of some very weird repairs today. I have some weird stuff on deck. So I hope you guys are in the mood for some weird shit, because we're going to do some weird shit. We're going to start off with something that's not weird, just to set the mood, you know what I mean? And then we'll go on from there. But we still got some weird shit to work on today. We got something I've never worked on before. We've got something that I don't know what the fuck the problem is. We're going to revisit that PS5 from last week. We're going to do all kinds of weird shit today. It's going to be a great time. I hope everybody's ready for a fairly decent stream tonight, because I have a feeling it's going to run a little long. But we're going to start off with something nice and easy. All right, we're going to set the tone. We're coming into the holiday season here. I want to fill everybody with joy and happiness before we descend into absolute madness. You know what I mean? So welcome in, everybody. Let's let some people join in a little bit. Give a little time for some folks to get in here. I did not bring a beverage. Let me go grab my water cup real quick. Just a moment. My apologies. Oh, a little bit of my butt there for you. That's just for you guys, for the early birds. What's going on, ET? Welcome in, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry, I had to give him a water cup. Oh, lovely to see your faces. Welcome in. Everybody come in, hang out, relax, grab a beverage. We're going to be here for a little while tonight. We got some shit to work on. It's going to be an interesting evening, to say the least. Oh, I hope everybody's having a wonderful evening so far. I've got a few repairs on deck, so I hope you guys are here for a little while, because I may need some assistance with one of them, someone who maybe has run into this issue previously. But that's going to be a little bit later down the road. We're going to start off with something nice and easy. Hopefully it should be nice and easy. Oh man, this hair is getting out of control. Look at this shit. That is out of hand. I got to get a haircut soon. Jesus Christ. Oh. Rachel? What's going on, Chris? Good to see you, brother. Welcome, welcome. Rachel, you want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? Huh? Can you say hi? You gonna say hi to the people? You say hello. What's up, Russ? You say hello to people. Yes. Yeah, it's very important. You're talking to the whole world right now. What are you gonna say? That's fair. Oh, let's see how long we got in so far. Where are we at? Yes, the baby. How far along are we? Okay, got about 7 minutes in so far. All right. Give it about 3 more minutes, and we're gonna be start. Like I said, we're gonna start off nice and easy. All right, we're gonna ease in to the to the repairs this evening. We're gonna start off simple, a little HDMI job. Now, could it become more complicated? It absolutely could become more complicated, but I don't think it's going to. And matter of fact, it's gonna be a long night. Let's just jump into shit. All right, let's get right down to it. Oh. All right. So, first things first. We have ourselves PS5 Slim. Yeah, nice and easy, right? So the port itself looks pretty good, but the customer states we have no display. So now he did mention that this console was dropped with the HDMI cord plugged into it, and that's when it lost display. So when I say it could get weird, it's entirely possible that we may have some damaged traces on here, because I tested the port itself. There's no movement on the port. It does turn on, so I was concerned about that. Let's just double check and see where we are, right? Let's see what we got. All right, so we got a white light. We got no kind of display though. And that port is a bit loose in there. No, it's doing a reboot, system reboot. Okay. Fair enough. Let's just let it finish its system reboot. And then we'll turn it off. We'll get it out. We'll knock out the replacement. Hopefully we don't have any trace damage. Hopefully it's just a bad pad, you know, one of the legs came loose or something like that. Wiggle test. Yes, absolutely. Wiggle test is very important. Sometimes you got to give it the old fruit salad, yummy, yummy. You know what I mean? All right, there we go. Yeah, excellent. All right. So let's get her down. Let's get back to where I'm supposed to be. There you go. Someone gets it. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So as I mentioned, we are going to start off with some easy repairs tonight, which again, this HDMI port should be relatively easy. But we do have some really strange ones that we're going to work on, including that PS5 from last week. So if you guys were here last week, we did some work on a PS5 that turned it was supposed to just be an HDMI encoder swap, and it turned into a fucking nightmare. So while I'm getting this apart, I'll give you the story on it. If you guys weren't here, we did the HDMI encoder last week. And after we swapped the encoder, it turned into a shorted south bridge situation. So we replaced the south bridge, and then it turned into a long pulsing blue light of death with no initialization on the RAM or the APU. So I contacted the customer after after we did that repair, and I told them the bad news, and the customer told me to keep the console and just continue working on it. And if I fix it, great, let him know. And if not, then just use it for parts. But he didn't want to travel all the way back here to come pick it up, which I thought was really nice of him. He even reimbursed me for the cost of the chip. So those are the kind of customers that make this job worth doing sometimes, But I do still have the console, and I do still want to work on it a little bit. So we will work on that at some point today. But I figured we'd start off with something nice and easy. Really set the mood, Your kids missed out on the Wiggles. You're a lucky man, Russ. All right. Welcome to all of you that are just joining in. Feel free to stop by and chat. Say hello to our lovely friends here. Make yourself known, even if you're just lurking. Throw an emoji in there. Make sure you're hitting the like button on YouTube. Do all the fun things, because it's going to be a fun night of me getting progressively more and more aggravated. All right, there we go. Honestly, when he told me it was dropped, I thought for sure there'd be some problem with the disk drive connector up here, because those things are a nightmare to deal with. Machina, welcome. How am I not seeing that? Did Machina say something in chat? Is my chat fucked up? Or is he just lurking around somewhere that I can't see? Probably. Yeah, fair enough. We've all been there. All right, there we go. Now for the fun part. Get out of there. Hello, Trickological. Tricky Dicky turning tricks behind the Quickie Mart. My boy. Welcome in, my friend. Switch to live chat. I am in live chat. There's a slight delay on my end. I think there's like a 5-second delay, but the chat is live for me. All right, did I miss a screw? Yep, every fucking time. I swear to God, every time. There you go. What's up, Black Cadillac? No worries, man. Welcome in. Right now, we're starting off easy because I have some really fucking weird repairs tonight. Right now, we're just doing an HDMI port that doesn't appear to be damaged, but is damaged. We're starting it off with a small victory before I descend into madness. But we got weird ones to work on tonight. We got a Series S that we're going to work on. We got the PS5 from last week that we're going to still work on. All kinds of fun stuff. Welcome in, brother. Welcome, welcome. All right. Let's get the board out. All right, so this is a 041. So if there is something wrong with the encoder, I actually have the fucking chip for it. Yeah, that's a Nuvoton. Oh, nope. Okay, found the issue already. Excellent. So it is just the port. That's good. Yeah. All right, so my setup's falling apart. There we go. Okay. Welcome in. All right, so first things first, I'm going to come at a straight down angle here as best I can. So we can already see that is a little fucked up. If we come at it from a side angle, it's a little fucked up. Then we come in from the back. And yeah. Laptop cleaning process as maintenance. I don't usually work on laptop. It's pretty rare that I do. If I ever get one in, I'll be happy to do a cleaning and maintenance type video. I got no problems with those. I mean, there's plenty of them out there, but I get it. There's always need for more content for sure. So that's going to be our problem. Alrighty there. That thing got the old push Lady Lightning. So, all right, easy enough. That's good. Get ourselves started on a proper route here. Just tin up a port real quick, get them swapped, do a quick test, on to the next problem. No worries, Black Cadillac. No worries at all, my friend. Ain't nothing wrong with the request. We are all about entertainment here at Roy's Repair and Resale. Oh, nope. Got to tin the new one first. Fuck you, Trick. Why do you hate me so goddamn much? I swear to God. I wouldn't mind a couple. You know, if there's a couple, it's been a while since I've had to run trace wire. I wouldn't mind doing some trace wire just to brush up on the skills a little bit, you know. But fuck you a little bit just for even suggesting all 19. Really, right at the end, you want to fuck me? Right at the end, you want to fuck me. Let's give it a little boop. There we go. And of course, I bridged them right at the end because I wanted to get more solder on there. All right, there we go. Good enough. All right, time for the hot swap. Not my channel. I don't understand what you mean, Black Cadillac. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Chris. Those Series S's, man. Anytime you get the Xbox repairs, you just hope and pray that you don't get the one that's got the massive trace repair damage. But you know you're going to. All right, here we go. Hot swap. Started off with a little bit of victory here. Let's get that little pad off of there. Look up. Oh, you got a second message on there. I see now. Okay, gotcha. Heard. All right, here we go. I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving for those of you that celebrate. My U.S. brethren. Otherwise, whatever the equivalent you guys have in whatever part of the country you're in, I hope it was enjoyable. Even if you just had a regular dinner, I hope it was fucking nice. Hey, not a single rip trace. Today's going to be a good day. He says, knowing it's not going to be a good day. No, damn it. always the jiggle test. Yep, there you go. See that solder pulled through nicely. But it has it on this back end. I'm just going to drop a little flux in there, help it pull through some. There we go. See it climbing its way up there? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Beautiful. Let's have a look at those legs real quick. Gorgeous. Gorgeous legs. Love it. Very nice. She's got some fucking yams on her. Yeah, beautiful. Just beautiful. You'll love to see it. Where the fuck did I put my Q-tips? Oh, I moved them. Why would I move them? That was stupid of me. Tidy up that flux a bit. There we go. Much, much better. Come in with just the tiniest bit of alcohol. Give the old squeaky clean. Perfect. Love it. All right, gonna let that cool down just a second because that board is still scalding hot. We'll double check the back area, make sure those look nice, and we'll double check and make sure we didn't melt the M2 port. I always worry about that. All right. All right. Tidy up a little bit on the back here. Got some of that leftover factory flux. You'll see the little black smudges there. That's from the factory stuff. So give that a quick once over here. There we go. Much better. Yeah. Just leftover factory flux. Not going to worry too much about it. There we go. Nice, nice. And no melted M2 port. You'll love to see it. Excellent. Cool, cool. And let's pop back over to our testing center here. we go. Get a little pressure all around. Let's just make sure we got a image on the screen here. Once we get it plugged in. There we go. Plug our ribbon cable back in. And before I forget, because I always forget these goddamn screws, plug in our 2 board screws. I always forget to put those back in, and I don't want to do it now. There we go. Alrighty. As always, give a quick spray of the alcohol to the HDMI cord. Perfect. And 3, 2, 1. There we are. And there we go. Beautiful. Love to see it. Makes my day. All right, cool. 1 victory. That may be all we get tonight, and I'm not joking around. I would not fuck with you, people, okay? But we got 1. We take the 1. That's right, baby. Let's go. All right. So we're going to put that one to the side for right now. Obviously, I'm not going to put it all back together and such. Thanks, Trick. I can feel the sarcasm behind your claps, all right? Okay. So, next item up for bid is... I think we're going to do this Series S. Now, this Series S has a very interesting problem. And I don't have a free plug. God damn it. Hold. Okay. I may need to test it up here. So this Series X is a very weird problem, and I don't know if it's going to do it now. We're going to test it first and see what happens. First of all, y'all need to be seeing all of that. That's not for you. That's the paid subscriptions, okay? So we're going to test this first, and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, you wish, buddy. You ain't paying for that. No worries, Cadillac. No worries at all, man. All right, so let's give this a test and see if it does the thing that I think it's going to do. So 3, 2, 1. Nope, it works fine. Of course it does. Okay, we're going to let that sit for a minute. We're going to come back to that. So, we're going to let that sit. We'll come back to it. We'll come back. All right? So, the next thing on my repair list, yeah, I wish, my friend. I'll give you the backstory on this once I let it run for a little while. So the next thing on my list is a first timer for me. This is a food thermometer. So it's an electronic food thermometer, and what happens is you plug this little cord in right here, and you have a probe that goes into your meat, whatever it is you're trying to temp out, and what you're supposed to do is turn this on, and it'll display the temperature for you. Unfortunately, it is not doing that. It is not turning on at all. Now, why would I be fixing a food temperature thermometer? What would possibly possess me to do that? Because it's mine. So we tried to bust it out for the first time. Oh yeah, no, it absolutely would. So we tried to break it out for the first time in a while during Thanksgiving, and found out it didn't work, which is a really bad time to find out your meat thermometer doesn't work when you're trying to cook a 22-pound fucking turkey. And if we take a little look around, wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? So if you take a little bit of a look around, you'll see we have some corrosion. We have some battery corrosion. So this is a AAA battery powered device. And we've got some corrosion on there. So we pop this back plate off. And you can see that those terminals are pretty well corroded. But I did clean them off prior to this, and they still didn't work. And I did my best to clean them off as well as I could. But corroded terminals won't necessarily cause it to not work. It's not going to be great, but it should still work. And then we get down here. I'm like, that spring has a whole lot of corrosion on it, and it is black. So that leads me to believe we may have some corrosion damage on the underside in the board, which is certainly possible. Now, I have never taken one of these apart before. I don't know what it looks like on the inside. We're going to find out together. So let's come in for a closer look here. That Xbox is still running in the background, so we haven't forgot about it. It looks like a Philips 00 should probably do the job here. Let's see, that's a Philips 000. Where's my 00? There we go. Philips 00. Will that do the job for us? Will that even get down far enough? It does not look like it will. All right, let's try the 000. Yep, that is not going to get down far enough. Okay. Let me try and find something else that maybe can get down far enough. Do I have any long, skinny screwdrivers? Long, skinny screwdrivers. Where would I find such things? Long, skinny screwdrivers. I just ran into some not too long ago. Where I ran into them is anybody's guess, but I did run into them. Was it here? No, wasn't there. Long, skinny screwdrivers. Oh, I have an iPad battery repair kit that I was gifted. Maybe there's some long, skinny screwdrivers in there. Let's take a look. Ah, there are some long skinny screwdrivers in here. That should do. That should do the job. All right. Thank you, iPad battery repair kit. All right. There we go. All right. These appear to be the kind of screws that stay in there. There we go. And one last one. Okay, and there we go. So, here's our, ooh. Okay, so yeah, our contact wire is completely shot. That's why that's so black. That spring is so black. Because these wires are corroded to all hell. All right, so as we can see, our contact wire right here that runs to that contact where the spring is all black is completely corroded. So I would be willing to bet that wire is probably shot. But let's get it cleaned up. Let's see what we can do about getting it fixed. Soak it pretty heavily with some alcohol, get that corrosion off. Yeah, no, I know it doesn't look bad, but it's still not working. So it's bad enough to where it's not working properly. That spring also may be shot, and I don't know where the hell I'm going to find another spring that'll fit that. I suppose I can steal it from like an old remote or something. I don't even know if I have one around. Also, where the fuck is my dental pick? Yeah, I got some white vinegar somewhere. Vinegar, then alcohol. Ah, okay. All right, fair enough. Look at you guys coming in the fucking clutch. Yeah, I got some vinegar. I need to find my dental pick first and foremost, or at least a pair of tweezers I don't really care about. Oh man, I've had these babies forever. Okay. All right, let's just try and clean up some of this corrosion. Oh my god, yeah, that's caked on there. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna grab the vinegar in a second. Don't worry, I'm coming with it. Just want to try and clean off some of this corrosion on this terminal. And some of that shit's like stuck on. Okay. All right, I'm going to get the vinegar. I'll be right back. I need my phone. It's very dark in my house. All right. I'm back with the vinegar. All right. You can come in with some vinegar. Be real careful not to overdo it on the vinegar. Oh yeah, that vinegar works like a goddamn charm, doesn't it? Holy shit, that works. Yeah, I should have just done the vinegar. Why didn't you guys tell me about the fucking vinegar? All right, come in with just a tiny bit more vinegar. All right. I think I have a brush here somewhere. Oh yeah, I do. Hell yeah. All right. Got a nice steel brush. And clean them with alcohol. All right. Well, we'll do that for a second then. And clean up a little bit of this vinegar and corrosion in here. Where's my finger condom? I need the finger condom. Here we go. Get all the vinegar out of the crevasses. All right, then we're going to flip it around. Yeah, that already worked like a charm on these contacts. It looks a million times better. I mean, it's still black, but it looks a little bit better for sure. All right, so we're going to let it soak on this for a little bit. Where are we? There we go. Come in here. Yep. And it's definitely doing some work in there, that's for sure. Let's see if we can make it do a little more work. Look at those bubbles. Well, now my office smells like straight vinegar. That is not the smell I would hope it would have today, but here we are. Let's use the finger condom and wipe up some of this. Would it be this questionable white substance? It smells like Easter. What the? Oh, with the eggs. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, what the fuck are you doing on Easter, Russ? Jesus Christ. My kids are too old for the Easter stuff as far as the painting eggs and everything like that. We still do baskets and stuff just to keep up tradition, but they're not into the whole egg painting thing and all that kind of shit. All right, where are we at? All right, well, that looks definitely better. I'll come in with that steel brush again. Try to knock off some of this corrosion on the spring itself. There we go. Yeah. Ryan, I can't say I do, brother. That's not a personal affront against you. I just talk to a lot of people. But welcome in. Lovely to see your face. All right. Xbox phone. Oh yeah, the one with the update issue, right? Or the login screen issue. Yeah, yeah, I remember. What's going on, man? All right. Series S is still on. Don't worry, we're going to come back to that. I haven't forgot about it. All right, so now we got some alcohol in here. Where's my toothbrush? Here we go. Not while I'm streaming, bud. I won't answer. Where's my air gun? It's gonna have to be tomorrow because I'm going to bed as soon as I'm done streaming. If there's something you can text me. Yeah, that spring doesn't look better than new. I'll tell you that much right now. But let's get some batteries in it. Let's test the voltage and see if it's actually taking voltage now. Also gives me a chance to test out my new multimeter. All right, so it's got voltage now. Got 3.2 volts going into it. And it's on. How about that shit? Hell yeah. Beautiful. 2 victories. What a start to the day. That's beautiful. God damn, it stinks like fucking vinegar in here. Jesus Christ. But it did the job. My partner will be thrilled. Y'all asking for premium tier subscription membership content on a very free platform, all right? Does he like to cook with you? Like I was telling you, bud, the Ally is going to be best through Best Buy. That's the easiest way to get one. Does he like to cook with you? Are you referring to my partner? My partner's a woman. And yeah, no, we both cook. She's much better at it than I am, but yes. 8-Bit, welcome in, brother. Where'd I put my rag? There's my rag. Hell yeah. Look at that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, the video giveaway. So the giveaway is when I get to 100 followers on Twitch and 500 YouTube subscribers, I'll be giving one away. Celsius, shut her down, shut her down. Beautiful. BHA. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's get back to this, shall we? So, we got this Series S right here, right? I know it's kind of hard to see over here, but the light is still on. So the light is still on. We're going to shut it down. No, it's being saved for the giveaway, like I said. All right, so now that it's gone off, give it about a second here. Let's see if we can try to turn it back on. It does indeed turn back on. Okay. No, first of all, no, it doesn't. Okay. Let's do a full shutdown on it. So this Xbox came to me 2 weeks ago, and the customer's complaint was that sometimes it behaves just like this. Sometimes it'll behave just like this normally does. And then sometimes it'll have the quickest beep on off in the world with a popping sound coming from the power supply. So customer brought it to another shop and they said, oh, it just needs a cleaning, because that's what fucking shops do nowadays. Oh, it just needs a cleaning. Obviously the cleaning didn't fix it, so it ended up on my desk. I heard that popping sound coming from the power supply on the occasional times that it did. I was like, okay, popping sound from the power supply. Sure, it's got fucking bad power supply. It's got intermittent power supply issues. It makes sense. But it's very intermittent. So I put a new power supply in it and gave it back to the customer because it tested fine on my end. I had no problems. Good night, man. I had no problems. It tested completely fine. And then he called me back the next day. Hey, man, I plugged it in for 10 minutes and then it's doing the same thing. So let's see if I can make it do it. Nope, still can't make it do it. And that's with his power cord. Let me take out the power cord and try mine in it. I also gotta clean up the rest of this fucking vinegar because goddamn does it stink in here. Oh. Yours is SSD. What do you mean? How do you mean SSD related? SSD would cause that? Really? Well, yeah, but even if it's... Oh, you're saying when yours went to the beep on off. Now, did it stay beep on off consistently? Did you have that popping noise coming from the power supply? Because if you take out the SSD, it's going to stay on for 30 seconds or so no matter what, and then it'll shut itself down. Didn't have pop. Yeah, see, I'm getting what it happens. There's a small popping sound coming from the power supply, like it's getting over voltage. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be SSD. Not in this particular instance. I'm sure it could be an SSD related issue on similar ones, but I don't think this is SSD specifically. Now, yeah, see, and almost all of the startups are perfectly fine. It's just certain ones, it'll beep on for literally half a second and then crash immediately, and there's a pop, an audible pop coming from what sounds like the power supply back there. Hook it up. What the hell is the L2CC? Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out with that one, Ace. I'm unfamiliar with that. That's new shit to me. You're gonna learn me something today. Disconnect power. Let it fully shut down. Because the customer said it worked fine. He turned it back on, let it run for 10 minutes. 8-phase VRM. I2C. Is this an iCup situation? Pipe. Are you guys trying to make my brain fucking collapse right now? Sorry, I'm just not familiar. Pico de Gallo. What the fuck? I swear to God. All right, so just to be clear, I'm not familiar with Pi Pico. No worries, Ace. I got you, brother. I appreciate you stopping by. You are for Xbox. Got it. Okay. That makes sense to me. I2C. Got it. Okay. Okay. We're going to go let this sit in the background again for a little while. I'm going to pull the power cord directly. Just kill power to it. Pi Pico board. Do I have one? I do not have one. Should I get one? I will gladly get one. All right. We're going to let that hang out for a second. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get one then. Matter of fact, maybe I'll pick it up right now. First things first. I'm going to swap this over real quick. Nothing I can do for free, huh? You guys don't need to see this. Okay. Sure. Why not? Let's do an update, shall we? Okay. In the meanwhile, okay. Here, yeah. Let me take a look. So, Pi Pico. Let's see. Let's have a look, shall we? Any specific revision? Wi-Fi version not needed. Be hardwired anyways. Cool. Yeah, I'm in Joey's Discord. Okay. Send. I'd say send me a link, but yeah, you can't send links through here. Um, if you have me on Facebook, shoot me a message on Facebook. Otherwise, just look up. I think it's ROG Repair on Discord, and you can shoot me a message there. But send me the link to Ace's Discord. I'll definitely jump in. Okay. I will join Ace's Discord, and we will get back to that. In the meanwhile, we're going to let that update. It's still updating. In the meantime, let's get back to this PS5. I haven't given up on it yet. So, for those of you that were not here last week, this PS5 is a unique PS5. Oh, sorry, it's ROG Repair and Resale on Discord. No, this is not a no display boy. So, this console, for those of you that were not here last week, I will show you. It initially came in for a no power. So there was no power going into the board. Traced it back to a roach infested power supply, so there was no 12-volt output. We changed the power supply on it, and then it became a beep every like 6 seconds, something like that. and we traced it back to a shorted component on the HDMI encoder. This HDMI encoder is the new Realtek one, the one that nobody fucking has right now. So I spent $87 on AliExpress to get a replacement. Replacement came in, we installed it. It still looks a little wonky, but all the readings are correct. So it should have been okay to test. So we put it into test, and then it became a beep every 30-second fault. We traced a short on the Ethernet coil back over to the south bridge. So south bridge had ended up going bad. So we replaced the south bridge, and now what we have is this. All right, so as you can see on the thermal camera here, south bridge is getting warm. SSD controller is getting warm, at least warm-ish. But the RAM and the APU are not initializing whatsoever. And we can grab my macro lens to do a better job looking at it. So we can see, don't mind the hair, but the SSD controller is getting hot, although it's getting hot in one particular area, and none of the SSD chips are activating. That may be strange. I didn't think about that. But SSD controller is getting hot, and area of the south bridge is also getting hot. But none of these RAM chips, so my finger's on a RAM chip right now, none of those are initializing at all. And the APU is also not initializing. So I am confused by just this one heat spot on the SSD controller. That is a bit unusual. Yeah, we have a bench supply. We can take a look. All right, so we're going to kill the power. Oh, and also we did UART, and there are no faults on UART. All right, let's get this baby out of here. I'm not giving up on this yet. I probably should, but I'm not doing it yet. All right, so here we are. And real quick, I'm just going to check on the update with the Xbox. All right, Xbox is still updating. All right, so to make this as easy as possible for our viewing public, I'm going to bring, actually, let me set things up before I start bringing stuff down. Oh, shit. Tristan's Electronic Garage. Thank you for the subscription, my friend. Much obliged. Much obliged. That's fucking awesome. Oh. Another subscription on the road to the ROG Ally giveaway. It's going to be great. I can't fucking wait to give that thing away. All right. So we're going to hook up our bench supply here. And before we do that, we're going to make sure that we're set for 12 volts. We are not. 12 volts. Not 1 amp. We'll do a half an amp. Okay, awesome. There we go. Killing the fucking game with the subscription right there, my friend. That is beautiful. All right, make sure we're not crossing the streams here. Okay, we're good. All right, so I'm going to move this down here so you guys can see the same thing I do on the bench power supply. Okay, so we're going to give it 12 volts. You guys are going to see it in real time the same way I do. Why have I never taken this off? That's just annoying. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you guys are going to see the same thing as I do in real time. So here we go. 3. Let me just make sure I'm on the correct thing. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, so we get to about 20 millivolts, or 20 milliamps of current draw, and then just drop straight down. So we're going to cut that off. That, to me, with that 200, yes, sorry, thank you, yes, I'm bad with numbers when it comes to electrical fucking things, all right? Yes, 200 milliamps. 20 milliamps would be dead. Okay, so we're going to do it again just to be sure. And yeah, getting up to about 200 milliamps, hanging for a second, and then dropping. Is that SSD related is a question that plagues me. Is that BIOS related? Could it be that the BIOS is not triggering the RAM to respond? This is a Slim, my friend. This is the latest revision, the 044 board. Checking on the update real quick. Oh, done updating. Excellent. Okay. Man, I really gotta sign in. All right. Sorry. Hang on, guys. Yeah, if you have a chart, that's fucking excellent, dude. That would be awesome. Give me a second to get this damn Xbox signed in. Bad SSD controller 225. Yeah, so I'm familiar with that one. I am familiar with that. Sorry, just 1 second. God damn, I just want to download fucking Fortnite or something. Jesus Christ. But Fortnite's still free, right? Okay, here we go. Sorry, just trying to set up Fortnite on this damn Xbox so I can stress test it. Okay, so back to this PS5. So, possible SSD related issue. Definitely a possibility from my experience with these. Let's try and do some testing and let's see if we can find maybe some shorts or, yeah, something along those lines. Could definitely be SSD related as far as, but this is just systematic failure after failure on this board, and I am Concernicus. All right, so the first thing I'm going to check is the diode reading on those test points on the SSD controller. I can't fucking delete any of this guy's shit. God damn it. You're really breaking my balls here, guy. Okay, whatever. I'll run this for a little bit. Just let it run. Okay. So let's get back over here. So we'll start by testing these test points on the SSD controller area itself, these little gold ones right here. So it's not a be-all, end-all with this, but it definitely does give us a starting point. All right. All right, let's get in diode mode. All right. Point 0.37, 0.38, 0.54, 0.54, 0.54, 0.54. These all should be almost exactly the same. 0.54, Slight difference in that one, but not much. 0.54. 0.54. And I think there's two of them that should be like 0.8 something towards the end, or maybe four of them. 0.54. Yeah, here we go. 0.83. 0.54. 0.54. 0.83. 0.54. 0.83. 0.54. 0.54. So that all looks normal as far as the diode readings on the test points. So that's not going to get me terribly far, but it is a starting point. Let's look around the dialogue. Well, I guess it's the RTX on this one. And let's see if we can see anything here. So this has got some leftover flux residue from when the south bridge was changed. Oh, that's the wrong area. I'm looking at the wrong area. Don't mind me. Let's come down over here where the actual power management is. Here we go. All right. And let's test around for a few shorts. It wants me to use diode mode only. Okay, fair. Okay, 0.412 looks good. 0.6 looks good. 0.3. 0.3. Hello, friend. Oh, there we go. Why were you showing short half a second ago? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So everything's testing fine. So question is, did I screw something up with the south bridge, or is this a failure of the SSD controller itself? Because that boot sequence leads me to believe it's going to be in the SSD controller area, but it's hard to say. Hey, Paul, welcome in, buddy. Lovely to see your face. Oh, my friend, what isn't the issue with this fucking console? So, issue that I'm having with this, I'll be as brief as I can with as much description as I can. Came in for no 12 volt output, found a roach infested power supply, installed new power supply, became a beep every 7 seconds, found a shorted capacitor on the HDMI encoder, which is the new Realtek HDMI encoder. Had to get one from China, installed that one. It then became a beep every 30 seconds fault. Traced it back to the south bridge here, replaced the south bridge, and it is now a long pulsing blue light of death. And now we are looking into the SSD controller possibly. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. So when we heat this up let me give a little more information, I guess. When we turn it on, the South Bridge and the SSD controller do light up. You're talking about amperage, 23 to 27. So it doesn't even get that high. It stops at 200 milliamps. It hangs between 180 and 200 milliamps and then drops. And when you look at it under a thermal camera, the the Southbridge and the SSD controller both get hot, but the RAM and APU don't initialize. I was thinking maybe BIOS. I really don't want to think it's the APU. I would hate to think that. Check Wi-Fi. I did check the caps on it before. I can check again just to be 100% sure, but there's no faults on UART either, just to be clear. There is no faults at all. Which leads me to believe maybe I should try to reflow the South Bridge. I mean, I was pretty confident in the job I did on it, but yeah, I've been wrong before, and Lord knows I'll be wrong again. All right, so back of the Wi-Fi. Yeah, those all test out fine. You got 0.35 voltage drop across all of them. So that all tests out good. And same for the power management rail over here. I suppose I could just reflow the South Bridge for the hell of it. What's up, Groupier? Welcome. Oh, non-responding Wi-Fi chip. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. I feel like if it was the Wi-Fi, though, I would have some kind of error message on UART. The fact that I'm not getting any message on UART at all kind of leads me to believe that it could be something with the South Bridge. It's just not sat properly, whatever the case may be. Because I feel like even with a long pulsing blue light of death, there should be some kind of error code. And I'm not getting anything. I also have not removed the liquid metal yet. Let's remove the liquid metal. AWXM 546 revision 1.5. I don't know if I have a donor one of those. I might. If so, we can always put it on and test it just for the fuck of it. Also, real quick, let me check on this Xbox. Yeah, Croupier, this is the one, my friend. Sorry, I'm stress testing an Xbox while I'm doing this.
Entering menu narration, pop-up to reroll menu narration, now return to off.
Check for knocked off inductors and reflow. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's take a look. And I know these south bridges are good, just to be clear. I have changed a number of south bridges with these parts, and I know that they are good. I don't see any knocked components. Those are all supposed to be empty up top there. Okay, I'm gonna let that ride for a little bit. Yeah, the inductors don't look bad. And I believe this is the power rail for the south bridge. Unless it's on the back now. I always forget on the fucking Slims. They changed it up on me, but I think this is the power management for the south bridge. Just make sure I have everything I'm supposed to have. 0.35, 0.35, 0.41, 0.31, 0.31, 0.41. Yeah, this all seems normal. Yeah. Yeah, that all seems pretty normal. 0.42, 0.42, 0.38. That is slightly abnormal. That voltage drop is a little unusual. Okay, well, Seems like there's a little bit of variance in some of the diode readings. Yeah. Yeah, let's give it a reflow. Couldn't hurt anything. It's already broken. What's it going to do? Break more? Yes. Yeah, it did. But before that, it was a beep every 30 seconds fault that that we traced to a bad south bridge. And before that, it was a bad encoder. And before that, it was a bad power supply. There we go. All right, there we go. While that's cooling down, I am going to clean off the APU real quick and just inspect for any cracks or anything. I didn't do that before. I probably should have, but here we are. All right, let's have a look at the APU real quick. Yeah, the APU die looks fine. I'm gonna let the board cool down just a little bit more, and then we'll hook it up to the bench supply again, and we'll double check our boot sequence. Just free spread this liquid metal real quick, just on the off chance this actually works. Okay. All right. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I was thinking about just swapping the BIOS chip and see if it has anything different. My NOR reader, unfortunately, is not working. I have to get a new one. But let's at least, we reflowed the south bridge now. Let's see what we get on the new boot sequence with the reflowed south bridge. But I was considering just replacing a BIOS chip with another board, seeing if that changes anything. Yeah, exactly. It's easy enough to test. And so, again, for those of you that don't know, this was a customer's board. And I sent him the YouTube video, told him everything we did. He actually told me to just keep the console. If I get it fixed, fantastic. If not, then it's just a parts board at that point. Okay. So let's see what happens when we give it 12 volts. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no, we are worse than before. We are much worse than before. You know what? There might be flux stuck under the south bridge. Let's heat it up real quick again, and then we'll flush it with some alcohol. Okay. Sort the board up here and just give it a quick flush. Let me grab my air gun. Ugh, I don't have canned air, but I have an air gun. So that'll usually help. All right. Now that we've cleaned it out some, let's try that again. Either that, or I used too much flux and I flowed some of the balls together, which is entirely possible. All right, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah, buddy. Southbridge didn't like that very much. We are once again worse off than we were before. Which means we are back to a 30-second beep on off for sure. Do I have another Southbridge we can use? I don't want to keep burning through Southbridges on this. I do have another one. I have 2 more 69 GGs, which means I need to order some, and then I have a bunch of 61s, I think. So, to replace the Southbridge again or not? All right, let me heat it back up again. Let's see if we can get some extra flux to come out of it real quick. Oh yeah, no, we still got some flux down there, that's for sure. Are you saying to use my mouth to blow on it? I don't feel like that's safe. I'm just double checking real quick. We're gonna get back to it. I'm just double checking I don't have any connected balls or anything. I mean, that all looks good. All right, we're gonna warm it up again. We're gonna flush with IPA, a good strong push, and we're gonna try again. Yeah, I mean, there's not much coming out anymore. There's a little bit under there, but not enough to where I think it would be detrimental. Oh man, that probably wasn't great. Yeah, I don't think that went very well. I'm probably just gonna have to put a new one on there. Yeah, for the fuck of it. Let's just see what our boot sequence looks like, shall we? Yeah, no, that's my bad. Yeah, you know what? I don't even want to put 12 volts into it. Probably probably not the greatest of ideas to try and boot sequence it with what looks like a fucked up south bridge. Yeah, some of the solder balls look fucked up too. Yeah, we'll probably just redo it. Yeah, we'll just put a new one on there. No biggie. Let's just get it done. So we'll put a brand new south bridge on there. Test it again. If that doesn't work, then we'll try replacing the BIOS. And also, I cannot get it into safe mode, just to be clear. Just another little added on thing. Oh, yeah, I see it down there. Thank you. All right, and I'm going to have to do a little touch up on this one. I can see there are some areas that will require my attention. Actually, it just looks like the one. Got that one area right there, almost in the middle. Everything else looks pretty okay. Oh, and that one right there. All right, a couple little touch-up areas. All right, let's touch those up real quick. Clean that up a little bit. This will be the second replacement. All right, let's just wipe it all off. Try again. That should be fine. Right, we'll grab an UV. Might come in a little bit of hot air just to finish it. And just give it a still quite warm. Give it a quick double check here. Excellent. All right, let's grab a new chip. Put a tiny bit of flux down. There we go. And let's get it in place. All right, that should be enough to at least have it in place. I'm going to let it cool down for a second and just give it a quick nudge. Okay, it's definitely in place. So I am going to put a small amount of flux down. Just that. Just to make sure everything flows properly. That should be fine. And now we let it cool for a little while. In the meantime, while we let that cool down, let's pop on our friend Mr. Xbox. See how he's hanging.
Starting field position.
Let's see, what am I at? 1st and 35. Sounds perfect. Let's go. Just gonna put a little pressure on the Xbox. Thank you, sir.
Nice solid run here by this back. Nice job just kind of finding that lane, pick up some positive yards there on 1st and 10. Offense getting set up.
One deep safety. Oh, throwing the triple coverage. You know, this is what we do here.
So a tricky situation here. Very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know, this defense could be very aggressive at this moment.
Let's drag that safety out of there.
Out of the gun now, 3rd down.
Oh, come on. I had that. I had it. That's bullshit. All right. Now that we've let it run for a little while, let's shut her down. Give it a few seconds. Yeah, starts back up just fine. I swear this thing's broken. I swear. All right. I'm gonna have to keep pushing that thing as much as I can, but I will order that Raspberry Pi and come back and try to find. Okay, there we go. It's a weird issue. So sometimes, like you just saw, it works perfectly fine, and then other times it's a half-second beep on off. That's 90% of the time it works fine. And then when I give it back to the customer saying I can't find anything wrong with it, as soon as he gets it over there, he plays it for 10 minutes, turns it off, tries to turn it back on, beep on off. All right. So now that we got the South Bridge installed, let's have a look at our boot sequence. But I am going to get that Raspberry Pi thing, and we'll bring it back on stream next time, and you guys can help me learn how to do Xbox UART. All right, initiating boot sequence in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, and we're right back to the same thing. That dropped a little bit faster than it did last time, though. Let's try that again. Yeah, that dropped a little bit quicker than it did last time. I wonder if the RAM is initializing. Let's get it back in the... well, actually, I guess we can see in the on the heat cam with just the boot sequence. We should be able to see it there. So let's pop it over. Let's turn the board over here. Let's grab our thermal camera. Let's see if we see any of the RAM initializing. I don't think so, but it's worth a look. Oh, sorry, I'll show you in just a second. Okay, so the board's still pretty warm, but we should still be able to see a heat signature if it starts. So... Nope. Let's try this again. Yeah, still not getting any initialization on the RAM. Just so you guys can see. All right, so here we go. Voltage is coming now. We got 12 volts. It climbs up to 200 milliamps, kind of hangs there, 21, and then crashes back down. Which is about where we were last time. So let's put it back in the chassis real quick. Let's just make sure we still have the same issue that we did previously. Yeah, that's about the same boot sequence we had last time when it wasn't working. So we'll give it a shot. I'm always down for a shot. See, you'd think so. You would think so. All right. Let's just see what we get when we put power to it. I have a feeling we're back to that long pulsing blue light. Yeah, we'll swap the BIOS as well, but we'll see how this goes. All right, so we do have the blue light again. Let's see if we have any initialization of the RAM or if it changes to a white light in the meantime. Yeah, no, same thing. The RAM is just not initializing at all. So we've got SSD controller, we've got Southbridge, but the RAM is just not turning on. So we're going to be right back in the same spot. Yeah, APU and RAM are just not initializing at all. And as you can see, we're just still pulsing blue. Let me grab a donor board real quick. Let's swap out the BIOS. Yeah, so just long pulsing blue. All right. All right. Let's swap out the BIOS real quick. Can't fucking hurt nothing. That's for sure. Actually, I still have this BIOS from another board. You can try that. Nah, I'll just steal it from this one. It's fine. All right, time for a BIOS swap. Now, question is, because this doesn't have the disk drive requirement, because it pairs it separately, if I just swap the BIOS, will it work straight away? Or am I going to need to actually flash the Mac ID and all that shit? I feel like I would probably have to flash it. It's probably got some security key tied to the APU or something like that, if I had to guess. But I should get some kind of different symptom, hopefully. Damn. I was really hoping it would do it there. I'll let that run again for a little while. Not sure? Well, always as good a time as any to try. Not much info on the Slims. Well, that's unfortunate. That's what I'm thinking as far as it not being tied to the disk drive anymore. But we shall find out. If it doesn't turn on at all, or it gives me some kind of weird error this time, then we know that's not the case. All right, let's move this off to the side. Let's bring in our donor board. This is also not the same revision of board. This is a 040 board, so I don't know how much that's going to impact something, but we'll find out. Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that would be. Yeah, I know there are some board schematics out there now for PS5. I've seen people using, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Paul software. Yeah, quote unquote. Possibly, maybe, if that exists, that I don't really know about 100%. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Hell, Microsoft made it happen. All right, let's let it cool down a little bit here, and then we'll try it with the new BIOS. See if anything changes. Yeah, yeah, that'd be nice. Not to mention they can sell the repair parts and make fucking money off of that as well. Just get a fucking exclusive deal with the companies that make them to only sell them to them, and then resell them and still make money on the fucking repair parts. There's always avenues for capitalism to succeed. All right, let's pop her on the old power supply here. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, still hanging around that same boot sequence and dropping. No change with a different BIOS. So it's not a BIOS issue. Oh shit, thank you, Jorge. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see your face. Look at that, 2 subscribers and 1 stream. What a fucking day. Yeah, it was always worth a shot. It was a long shot to begin with. I do want to check out a few other things while I'm just sitting here, including trying to power on this Xbox one last time. Well, I say one last time, I'm going to keep working on it, but I am going to get that Raspberry Pi thing. But maybe it'll do it. Damn. Nope. I am going to test around where the RAM initializes from, just to kind of put my mind at ease a little bit. So I know the RAM, that's where the RAM voltage should go. And on Samsung RAM, I think the voltage drop should be very low. Yeah, I think 15 ohms is normal for Samsung RAM. I think the Skyhanks or whatever the hell it is RAM. Yeah, I think 15 ohms is normal for that. RAM voltage should be there. I don't think it is when I put 12 volts on it. We'll double check though. Let's find out. Yeah, I know. And that's no good for anything. But we'll check for RAM voltage real quick. Because, yeah, once we put 12 volts into it, the RAM, I should have voltage along this rail right here, right? All right, let's boot it up. Yeah, there's no voltage. No voltage going to the RAM at all. So we'll shut it down real quick. You can see my multimeter down here in the corner, and you'll see it doesn't change at all. I just turned on the power and there's no change. So the RAM's not getting power. No, I have the board out. I'm putting 12 volts through a power supply. So it's going through a boot sequence. Until the power button is pressed. Okay. All right, well, let's put it in the... Okay, here, we'll put it in the chassis real quick, and I'll have you guys, because I'm not familiar with where the voltage goes on the APU side of things, so let's put it back in the chassis, and let's see if we're getting voltage. Yeah, no, I know, but... on the Slims, it's a pain in the ass to do it, and I'd rather just put it in the chassis. So we'll put it in the chassis. So I have most all voltages. I have my 12 volts, I have 5 volts, I have 3.3, I have 1.8. And we can test all that when we get this back on here. So we'll go through some of the voltages and you guys can kind of check my work as I go here. But I did check for voltage rails previously. Let me just put this heatsink on real quick. Or clamp, I should say. Yeah, me either, booty. Me either. Unfortunately, they're just too new, and this is the newest of the new. So, all right. Let's go ahead and put power to her. So just so we know, we'll double check my work here. So as far as standby voltages, we do have okay. Don't dick with me now. Okay. Well, now it's just a beep on off. What the fuck is this shit? Well, I know I have 12 volts because now it's a beep on off, but that could be because I changed the BIOS. Okay, well, I obviously have 12 volts. So why isn't it showing me I have 12 volts? Do I have it on the wrong volt setting? I don't think so. Oh, maybe I did. Okay. So yeah, got 12.5 volts there. Oh, you guys can't. Yeah, no, I know. The BIOS was changed, so that's probably why it's now beep on off. The BIOS isn't right. But that's fine. We can still check for basic voltage rails. So again, we've got 12 volts going in here. And if we come over to the HDMI circuit, yes, there's a lot of flux there. I did work on it. It's fine. So HDMI circuit, got 5 volts there. Where's my 3.3? I can't find that on these slim boards ever. There's 3.3 right here. And 1.8. Where is my fucking 1.8 volt? So I got 1.1 right here. I can never find my 1.8 volt. There's 3.3. Got 2 volts here. You guys can't see what I'm doing. So I've got 3.3 coming in here. You got 0.1 here. That seems odd. I got 5 volts going into here, which leads to a 2-volt rail that runs over here. Yeah, I think on the Slims it's all 3.3. .3, and 3.3, 3.3, 3.3, 3.3, 3.3. Yeah, all 3.3 there. Gotta have a 1.8 volt somewhere. Unless there is no 1.8 on these and it switched over to a 2 volt or something. That's 12 volts. So the 12 volts in this area. Sorry, you guys once again can't see a fucking thing I'm doing. So I have 12 volts in this area, which I believe is supposed to feed up into the APU, into this area right here. As you can see here, I've got 12 volts here, 12 volts there. Where the hell is my 1.8? Do I just not have my 1.8? Is that where my problem is? There's another 1.1. Oh, there we go. All right, so I've got 1.8. 1.8 comes out the back of the south bridge. You got 1.1 volt rail here, and then you got 1.8 right there. So that cap runs 1.8, which runs up to this capacitor right here. So 1.8 can be found right here. All right, let's try the power button real quick and see if we get any voltage. Let me just make sure I'm not losing ground here. Okay. All right, so let's power it on real quick. So just so you guys can see, my meter is currently plugged right here. So if the voltage comes through here, I should see it here. That is, of course, if I didn't kill the fucking board somehow. Okay, try this again. Now I'm just back to no power at all. despite the fact that I have 12 volts going into here. I'm just getting nothing on the board. I wonder if that's a BIOS issue where it's just not letting it go because it's the wrong BIOS on there. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the OG BIOS back on. All right, let's do that. I'd rather mess around and keep fucking around than, yeah, just give up on it completely. Let's put the OG BIOS back in. It was worth a shot. Just on the off chance maybe it did something. Yes, yes they are. But they're my pain in the ass, goddammit. No, it's not a Southbridge issue this time. Not this time. I'm pretty sure it is BIOS related. I mean, I've gotten used to the QFN chips. Like, I can sit an encoder chip or a Southbridge pretty easy now. Fuck off, Trick. I've been trying to fix this ship for fucking 2 weeks. Alright. It ain't perfectly set, but it's set enough to where, no, never mind, I just see that. Let's fix it. There we go. Yeah, like I said, QFN I've gotten much more comfortable with. It took me 4 years, but yeah, I'm good now. So, BGA has always been a problem for me, especially the that I have to get them pre-balled now until I get my new reballing kit set up and ready, because the ones I bought are fucking garbage. If I get them pre-balled, they're pretty simple, but QFN I love. I'll take a fucking encoder job all day. All right, back to the chassis. Oh yeah, that's a blessing and a half, my friend. I had some good reballing stencils, and then I decided that they weren't good enough, and I went and got an upgraded one. Because I figured, why not, try to learn some new tools, and it did not go well. It did not go well at all. So now, I have to go and rebuy my old stencils, and I have to either sell or donate the ones that I got, the new ones I got. All right, so let's give us some voltage again. And let's grab up our multimeter. Okay, so we're back to 12 volts here. Still got 5. Still got 3.3. Yep, still got 1.8. Got 1.79, close enough. Okay, so now we're going to come back here to where the RAM voltage should be going on. And we're going to try and power it on. Did I put the same fucking RAM chip back on? I don't think so. Let me see if I can do it by fucking shorting out the resistor. Yeah, ribbons definitely seated correctly. Did I break the power button? Or does it changing the BIOS, or did I put the wrong BIOS on? I gotta go. I gotta look at my fucking. No, it's not the Southbridge this time. I don't think so, anyway. Let me go back in the VOD real quick. Sorry, hang on. I just want to make sure I didn't put on the same BIOS chip. Yeah, I suppose you're right. It's possible the flux got into the chips. All right, so that's the one I took off. Are they the same revision? Hang on. God damn it. My VOD is terrible. I can't see. All right. Take the board back out. Xbox randomly shut off? Damn. Trying to sneak up on it. Give it the old okey doke. Okay. So we're going to check a couple things here. First of all, we're going to check the revision on this damn BIOS chip and see if it's the same one between the two of them. Yes, but the date codes are different. We got 2433 and 2313. So which one did I take off? Okay, it is not the same BIOS chip. Okay, just wanted to be sure. All right, let's heat up the south bridge. Actually, let's put a boot sequence on it real quick, just to give me an idea. Make sure I'm going down the right path here. Ah, no, so it is not the south bridge this time, because I still have the same boot sequence. The boot sequence has not changed this time. And if we hop under our thermal camera, so south bridge is right here. Boot sequence. Yeah, Southbridge is still initializing, so this is not Southbridge related. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 initializing. Let's put the macro lens on so I can see what exactly those parts are. All right, so here, this is our south bridge. As you can see, that gets nice and warm. And then we've got a chip right here, which I'm assuming is the Southbridge power rail. That gets warm. And then we've got our SSD controller. This is the rear side of it. You can see that gets warm. And then this is our SSD dialog IC, which also gets warm. Let's see if there's anything else on this side of the board getting warm. Yeah, that's a hole. Yeah, so that is not a Southbridge issue this time, because the boot sequence is still the same. So I'm assuming whatever I did to the BIOS is probably very unhappy. But hey, that's what we're here for, right? Experimentation. Okay. So if it's not BIOS related, or sorry, not Southbridge related, I'm not going to put the clamp on this time. I agree with you. I assure you. But it is the same exact boot sequence. I would not lie to you. And that Southbridge is initializing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so now we're back to the usual issue. Okay. BIOS was just unhappy. Okay, so we're gonna pull. Oh yeah, okay. Where am I checking that? Oh, I don't have to worry about it overheating because it's not going to overheat. Yeah, where am I going to check for APU voltage? Here, I'll put it under the microscope. Oh. By the row of caps. Like this initial row of caps right here. These caps right here. The big ones. Okay. So these. These right here. Oh, okay. These right here. Big silver canister caps. Nope. Shit, just shut up. Oh, are you talking about these over here? Ah, okay. It would appear as though I am not getting any voltage. There's 12 volts on this cap. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. I can't find 0.9 anywhere. So, what are you thinking? Bad Infineon chip? And of course, my brand new fucking multimeter just took a tremendous shit on me. I mean, we could try replacing the Infineon chip. Couldn't hurt anything. Literally can't hurt anything because it's already dead. See if we get any kind of change. Well, I would say that we could check for a shorted MOSFET, except my fucking my multimeter just took a shit, and that's a brand new fucking multimeter. Where's my old multimeter? Maybe we can check diode mode to see if we have any shorts on the MOSFET area. Yeah, still shorting out in continuity mode. Swap over to diode mode. Oh, I have to lift them. I have to lift up those inductors. Okay. Even in diode mode, you have to raise them? All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, they're lifted. All right, now I gotta let the board cool down because it's not going to give me the right readings. Actually, two of them are still connected, so these two I will do Booty's way. Okay. Now they're all lifted. All right, so let's come back in with diode mode here. Let's move over so everybody can see what I'm looking at. All right, so in diode mode. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I've got consistent readings of 0.4, like 0.40 to 0.405 voltage drop on all the caps behind those MOSFETs. Hellraiser, welcome. You mean like on the pad where the inductor is lifted from? Okay. So on the pads, I have 0.1 voltage drop, 0.1 voltage drop, dead short, dead short, dead short, dead short, and dead short. Oh, hell yeah, Hellraiser, welcome. Oh, check the other side. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 0.008 voltage drop, 0.008 voltage drop, dead short, 0.002, 0.002, 0.002, 0.002 on the opposite side. Oh, much obliged, Hellraiser. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. And Booty, much obliged for the shout out. Oh, they're lifted. They're for sure lifted. Here, let me get a better look for you. I'll just double check real quick to be 100% sure. Get a little lower. Yeah, they're lifted. Yeah. So this is the other side. This is where all the MOSFETs are. I just lifted the inductors that were on the APU side. Yeah, I mean, there is no contact between the. There's no contact between the inductor and the board on one side. They're absolutely lifted. Now, this is the upward facing side of the board where the actual MOSFETs are. But I feel like if they're on the same rail and it's the same inductor, do I have to lift all of them? Do I have to? Oh, god damn it! All right, all right, fine, fine, fine. Y'all put me to work tonight, baby. That's fine. Honestly, I love it. I'm learning new shit. Maybe I can get this thing fixed. Who fucking knows? Do I need to lift this side one over here? I'm gonna lift the others while you let me know. PS5 indeed, my friend. All right, I'm probably gonna have to come in with hot air on this one. These don't want to lift like the others did. Oh, so many issues, Hellraiser. So many issues. Yeah, you're probably right. Just to remove them. All right. Now I gotta let the board cool down again because the diode readings are gonna be fucked up. Yeah, but would a shorted APU cause the RAM to not initialize? That's where I'm getting confused. Because if the RAM was initializing and it was the APU was just not getting anything, then I would think shorted APU and I'd be done with this. But the fact that the RAM isn't initializing at all, along with the APU, is where I'm like, all right, maybe this is salvageable. Oh, it would. Okay. APU starts up the RAM. Shit. Okay. I thought it. Well, doesn't the RAM also have its own voltage rail though? Doesn't it have its own power system? Is there? I could be just talking out of my ass. Maybe I'm thinking of the older revisions, but doesn't the RAM have its own 5-volt rail or something like that that's supposed to power it? So the controller is the APU. Got it. Okay. Okay. Let me move these out of the way real quick. All right, and then same thing. I'm testing on the inner right side of the inductor for diode mode, correct? Okay, so we have 0.08, 0.08, 0.09, 0.087, 0.09, and 0.09. I know they're supposed to be low, but are they supposed to be that low? Yeah, see, I've got 0.096 here, 0.093, 0.098. I guess it's still warming up, or still coming up from the board being warm. Yeah, so it's looking like I'm going to have 0.1 across the board, maybe a little bit higher. And then nothing on this side. All right, so that's on that side of the board. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and now with those removed, yeah, I've got 0.1 across the board. Okay, so those do look correct then. Yep, this does appear to be a shorted APU. Well, damn. Well, I guess it's just a parts board now. But at least I do have a Realtek HDMI encoder for when those come up. And I know the SSD controller is good, so I've got another 69GG or no, 70GG SSD controller, 69GG Southbridge, and a bunch of extra PS5 Slim parts. So that's something. It's not a total loss, but damn, that hurts. I sure would have liked to get it working. Yeah, fuck it. I guess it couldn't hurt. Why not? Let's do it. Let me put these inductors back. Well, I mean, I spent a ridiculous amount of money on the HDMI encoder, but the customer did pay me for it, along with letting me keep the console. So it's at least something. Let's put these inductors back. Let's swap the Infineon just for the fuck of it. Yeah, well, it was more than that. It was almost $90 for the HDMI IC, but again, the customer did pay for it, so I can't really count that as a loss. Just going to touch up these inductors because some of them don't want to stay down properly, so I'm just going to hit them with a bit of solder. All right, there we go. All right, let's get this Infineon swap just for the fuck of it. Check around the Infineon for any fuses and make sure it's getting the input voltages. So I did check all fuses prior to any work. So the only fuse around the Infineon is this one right here, F4501. But so if I put 12 volts into it, let's make sure we're getting voltage. All right, 12 volts going in. And no, there's no voltage going into either side of that fuse. There is 12 volts right here. There's 12 volts on this leg. But there's no volts into the fuse. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to turn off the power. And turn on the power. Yeah. So even when I take off the 12 volts, let it sit for a second, and then turn it on again, there's no voltage going on that. Oh, this circuit. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, there's no other fuses around the Infineon chip. That's the only fuse that's around there. Well, I can't check it with the. I can't check it within the chassis because the Infineon chip is on the bottom. Check Infineon chip for any shorts on the caps. Okay. Here's our Infineon. Let's go into diode mode. I'm getting real comfortable with diode mode all of a sudden. All right. That does appear to be shorted. That's got 0.0. You can't see a goddamn thing. Sorry. So on this cap right here, this has got a 0.009 voltage drop. Move just so I'm touching the cap. 0.009. And on this side, oh, there we go. Never mind. Okay. Just kidding. So I got 0.52, 0.53, 0.53, 0.57, 0.57, yeah, all the caps appear to be good. Yeah, I don't see any shorts on it. I mean, we can change it anyway. I got nothing left to lose at this point. If the APU shot, the APU shot. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Fuck it. Oh. It is not going to get any more dead. Well, I suppose that's not necessarily true. It could absolutely get more dead. But I don't think it's going to. All right, that was the dirtiest swap I've ever done. Hang on. I'll be damned if I got it right without looking at a microscope. Oh, that's pretty fucking close. That's with no microscope. Let's fucking go, baby. Damn. That might actually be good. QFN can suck it. Look at that. One shot, no fucking microscope. What a fucking gig. I'm double checking. Is it slightly off on that? So yeah, it's just a little bit off. God damn it. Damn. I want it to be cool as fuck. I am not cool as fuck now. That side looks okay. Yeah, actually everything looks okay. Yeah. I think this side is making at least good enough contact to where it shouldn't be a problem. I'll run over with the iron real quick just to make sure the solder joints are all touching, but I think that's fine. Everything else is perfect. Yeah, that looks like it should be okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Good enough to test anyway. Yeah, look at that bitch. Not too fucking shabby. All right, let's see if we have any change in our boot sequence, shall we? And this is pretty much going to end the night. But before we do, random check on the Xbox. Damn. No luck. All right. All right. Checking boot sequence. I'm going to take a hopeful hit of the vape here and a sip of the water. All right. Boot sequence in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, same boot sequence. Oh, that's hanging a lot longer, though. That's hanging a lot longer. Oh, and now it's stuck in a boot loop. That's a change. That is a change. I'll be interested to see what it does in the chassis. That is different. I don't know if it's good different. It's probably not good different, but it is different. It boot looped for half a second there. I'm wondering if maybe it was trying to do a safety mode or something. Nope, okay, hang on, sorry. Okay, let me pull the board back out. Let's see if it'll do it again. It was different. It didn't look normal, but it did look different. So hang on, I'll do it again so you can have a look at it. Hold up. Too late. I've already done it. God damn it. You're going to watch this boot sequence, Paul. All right. 3, 2, 1. Right. So we hang there. 19, 20. Oh, damn. Okay. Now we're back to the same thing. So before it hung a lot longer between 19 and 20 and then shut itself down and then rebooted. Like it tried a second boot sequence and then it crashed again. I'm still interested to see what it'll do in the chassis, though. But yeah, we're right back to the same issue as before. But it was an interesting sequence. It changed for half a second and gave me false hope. But I think we're going to be right back to the same issue. So again, I'm not even going to put the heat clamp on. Well, we'll find out. I'm going to put the thermal cam on. So we can see what happens when we power it on. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, still no RAM boot, no CPU or APU. What's up, TK? Yeah, no change, unfortunately, and still got blue light of death. No change. So yeah, it looks like the APU is shot. Well, you win some, you lose some. This was a loss some, but not completely. We did fix 2 things tonight, and I sure would like to fix a third, except for the whole part where it doesn't want to cooperate and fail the way it's supposed to. But yeah, this is just blue light of death. Well, I have a very nice parts console. Hell yeah. Yeah, long night indeed. That's alright though. We take those. I don't mind long nights. Tomorrow's going to be a relatively easy day. Don't have a whole lot to do. I do have to put this other customer's console back together so we can pick it up tomorrow. I know he'll be happy about that. But we did fix 2 things, including something I have never worked on before. So we take those. That's a win. We take those wins. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm real fucking sleepy. Thank you guys so much for coming in, hanging out, and Paul and Croupier especially. Thank you guys for all your help tonight. It's been a fantastic learning experience, and it sucks that we couldn't fix it, but I really appreciate all your guys' help. Genuinely, I fucking love this community so goddamn much. I'm going night night. It is beddy bye time. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend. Get it all set up for the holidays, whatever you're celebrating. And I will be back hopefully next week with some other shit. Real quick, one last time. Xbox? Fuck. Damn. Oh well, no luck. What are you gonna do? All right.